We hello, hello, hello. How are the peoples tonight? The peoples? Oh, the lonely peoples. Where do they all come from? Come on. And okay, we're good. I think I might turn that down a little bit. Oops, wrong one. Nope. There we go. Wonder if that matters. Oh wow. Okay. Never did actually know what the gain actually did. That probably sounds a lot better now. Okay. Anywho, hello. Tis time for the next set. Yes. Yes. Or something. So I'm taking a quick glance at Exodus, and I do remember there's at least a couple of cycles that people will actually care about. Um, we'll get to that in a moment, but the first one I see is the cycle of keepers. I think this is where the oaths also came in. Oh, okay. Yep, this is where the oaths came in. And there's like one that everybody knows about, and one or two that people have heard of, and the rest are forgotten. Just like every other set, every other cycle, kind of imbalanced. Well, I shouldn't say every other, but yeah, some get a lot more attention than others. Anyway, so the first one for tonight, this is actually kind of interesting. Uh, so Zealots on Dahl. It's a 4 mana 2 4. At the beginning of your upkeep, if all non land permanents you control are white, you gain 1 life. And as I've mentioned in the past, when you've got um, unbalanced power and toughness, they roughly equate to a creature that's got, um, you know, like take the two numbers, cut in half, and roughly equate to a creature that's got that power and toughness. So a 2/4 roughly equates to a 3/3. A 1/5, 1 plus 5 is 6. Cut that in half, you get 3. So it's roughly about a 3/3. Same with a 0/6. And then you tweak accordingly. And one thing to point out about, creatures that have got larger toughness, more so than, larger power, is it's harder to kill them because, for example, if you have a 4/2 creature, it dies to lightning bolt. It also dies to shock. So it can be, and so anything that does 2 or 3 damage, that's that's actually a fair difference. When you start looking at a 2/4, you know you're going to need to spend more than 1 mana to kill it. And depending on the format you're playing, you may even end up needing to spend more than 2 mana to kill it, assuming you're playing red. or assuming you're playing any damage or toughness based removal. Okay. A card like Last Gasp, for example. Let me just pull that up real quick. You know, 2 mana, -3/-3 till end of turn. So now you need something that does -4/-4. I can think of Grasp of Darkness, but no, that requires double black. Or realistically, now you're starting to look at 3 mana. And so, that being said, when you're looking at, black removal, nowadays you can pretty much assume that you should be able to kill a large suite. You should be able to catch you should be able to kill the majority of things for 3 mana, and a lot of them for 2. And so now it's really at, whether 1 mana is going to be relevant or not. Sorry, just got a message come up on my phone. Time to mute my phone. So, realistically speaking, what are you looking at in terms of damage-based removal? Or I should say toughness-based removal. Well, you're looking at cards like, red primarily uses damage. White often uses to actually get a creature off the board. You are looking at, let's say Elspeth's Smite, which is 1 white for 3 damage to an attacker or blocker. If it dies, exile it. So it's got to be in combat somehow. But again, for 1 white, it's only going to deal 3 damage. If it doesn't have the exile clause, you might be able to get away with 4. But realistically, I think 1 mana for 3 damage is likely. You have your various giant growth effects, but those normally go on creatures that have at least a point of power. But now the question is, how prevalent is giant growth in the format you're playing, or an effect that's that strong? So, I think it's more likely that you're going to be looking at +2/+2 and some other ability add-on, or a +1/+1 counter and some other ability added on at 1 mana. So now you're looking at 2, or potentially you're looking at 3. So this is why, 2/4 creatures tend to be costed at 4 mana, even if they don't have any other abilities, because it's not just that it's not just equivalent to a 3/3. It's a 3/3 that's harder to kill. It's a little bit like a 3/3 with Ward 1. Might be a good way of looking at it. being said, there's a few places this can go. First of all, being a 2/4, you may consider it for a Toughness Matters deck that even if you don't have your toughness based cards, i.e. your high alert, you know, this card is the card I keep referring to. And relevantly, this piece of text here, creatures you control can attack as though they didn't have Defender. And actually, sorry, more relevantly, this one. Each creature you control assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. So this in combat would basically act like a 4/4. I did not actually. I probably should have known, but it never really clicked that this allows defenders to attack. This is the big piece of information that everyone, I shouldn't say everyone, but people primarily latch onto is this line here. And so with High Alert, this feels like a 4/4. It's not a 4/4 because stuff that cares about its actual power will see too, but combat damage will see it as a 4/4. But if you're playing that, you know, like Yoked Ox is basically the same thing. It's a 4 toughness creature for 1 mana. In fact, toughness greater than 4, color equal white, ID equal white, and mana value 1. No. But there's lots of X4s. Mostly 0/4s. Actually, natively they're all 0/4s. This is a 1/1. And this, if you successfully craft it, which will cost you 4 mana, 1 to cast, 3 to craft. And you get a 1/4 out of it. So ignore this and ignore this, and the remainders are all 0/4s. Hilariously, for an actual creature that, doesn't require any other shenanigans at all, just, these two are vehicles. We can ignore them because to become creatures, they need to be animated somehow, usually by somebody crewing them. This says it's a 13/13. It's not. It's almost never a 13/13. The best it is in, in Modern, which is where it's been known to see a lot of play, is maybe a 7/7 or so. 7/7, maybe an 8/8. But that's after going through a few hoops. Phyrexian Dreadnought either needs you to sacrifice a bunch of stuff up or counteract its triggered ability. This is the only one that actually has 5 toughness. Straight up. You want this in a Toughness Matters deck. This, in a deck that runs cards along the lines of High Alert, this is a 1 mana 5/5. This is equivalent to having like a reasonable death shadow, which means your life total would have to be 8. With no hoops to jump through apart from, oh, I have something in play which could be my commander that says my stuff deals damage based on its toughness instead. So Zealots on Doll, not really a deck that cares about not really for a toughness matters deck. It costs too much. Do you care about life total? Look at its triggered ability at the beginning of your upkeep. If you don't have anything in play that's, if you don't have any permanents in play other than, basically, if the only permanents you have in play are white permanents or lands, you'll gain life. It's got to be an easier way to do that. In fact, oh, what the heck were you called? Sort by color. I know you're a white creature. I can't think of what. Next, Fleece Ram. No weird restriction to it. Half the cost, and it's a 0/5. I mean, there are ways to make it work. What the only thing I really see from Zealots on Doll is, I mean, are you playing Toughness Matters, but you want creatures with some amount of power so that if your other stuff doesn't come in, you can still deal damage? Maybe, but I find the ability to play that a little weak. Walkenhawk, it's a 2-mana 1/1 flyer with an ability that, unless you're playing Relentless Commander, is not gonna work. If you're playing Relentless, just keep sacrificing them and then have some crazy what is it, Brilliant Restoration I'm thinking of? I don't think so. No, that's Artifacts and Enchantments. ID equal white. Oh. I think that's really. That can't be right. Oh. I know why. There we go. Thank you. Sort by... Let's go mana value. Mana value, mana value, mana value, mana value. Return them back to hand or mana value. Turn up to X target creatures. Maybe mana value. Maybe Storm of Souls works? No, that doesn't do what I'm looking for. What was I looking for? I was looking to reanimate. Oh, right. I want to reanimate. I wonder if that's going to make it. It shouldn't make any difference. No, it won't make any difference. I can't think of it. But wait, why am I worrying? This is a 2-drop. Return to the ranks. You just return to the ranks for a bunch. Or Raise the Past would do it. Yeah. Welkin Hawk for a bunch. Or Welkin Hawk, sacrifice it or whatever. End up with a bunch in your graveyard. Then cast a card like Raise the Past. Reanimate them all. If you've got a card like Coat of Arms in play, they end up getting huge. And go from there. So yeah, if you're playing Relentless Commander, this is a card you can use. But I would find, I'm sure there's better, even if you're playing Bird Tribal, I'm pretty sure there's better 2-mana birds. Mana value 2, ID equal white, mana 1. Power greater than 1. Okay, Cartographer's Hawk. It's the only one that's... For toughness greater than 1. Format type 1. There. that's a 1/3. That's really good. If you're playing birds, this is really good. 1/2 vigilance. You know, lots of 1/2s. This is a 0/4 that can potentially that might draw you a card. 1/3 is actually pretty easy to find. One two is a yawn. 1/3 is quite doable, and we're even, because here's the thing. Most of these, like, okay, you're uncommon or rare. You're common, but in a weird set. Common, 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 common. Uncommon. You're a general, so you're allowed to be rare. Common, common. Most of these are commons. A 2-mana bird. Yeah. You can, if you're not, if you're doing Relentless, Courier Hawk might be, I might say Courier Hawk. I might say War Screecher. Or I might say Life Creature Duo and just annoy everybody, especially if I've got some kind of mass reanimation spell, like was it called Raise the Past? Whatever. Whoops. That is not the droids I was looking for. Delete. Convalescence. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you got 10 or less life, you gain 1 life. Not a bad card, to be fair. Although, again, there's that restriction on when to gain life. Keep in mind, it won't trigger if you have 11 or more life when your upkeep starts. And this is why, this is the entire thing about, you'll occasionally hear something about an intervening if clause. It first checks to see if it even triggers. If you don't have, if your life total is not, higher than 10, it will trigger. If it is higher than 10, it won't trigger. It then checks again when it goes to resolve. But as we've already seen, there are cards like Next Place Ram at the same mana cost, and it's a 0/5 that just simply turns around and says at the beginning of your upkeep you gain 1 life. The only time I would be interested in a card like this is if I am playing with a card like Lich. By the way, do the newer versions? Yes, the newer versions actually have Let's go with this one. Maybe that one. But because this basically comes into play, you lose your life total goes to 0. If you gain life, you draw cards. If you would lose whenever you're dealt damage, you have to sacrifice that many non-token permanents. The original print of the card actually said cards, which is why it's non-token permanents. You don't lose the game for having 0 life or less, but when Lich hits the graveyard, Kellen? Small Kellen? Or Small K Ellen? Are you an actual person or are you a bot? I get the impression you are a bot. Speak now or forever hold your pizza sub. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goodbye. Right. And so when Lich, the funny thing is that last line about when Lich is put in a graveyard from the battlefield, you lose the game. It's almost redundant. I guess they put that in because they might assume you could end up with more than one copy in play. But I've never seen, like, anybody I've ever seen that was playing with Lich only ever had one copy of the card in play. You lose if this enchantment is destroyed, or you suffer a point of damage without sending a card to the graveyard. Technically, according to its original wording, you could make it indestructible. But yeah. But if you're playing with cards like that basically turn around and say that, that convert gaining life into drawing cards and force your life total to 0 or thereabouts to begin with. Convalescence is actually then playable because this suddenly becomes, one white, one other. At the beginning of your upkeep, draw a card. And in a situation like that, I can see it. The problem is Lich, even the cheapest, legitimate proxy version is $40. The cheapest real version is about $150. So, again, if you can afford it and you want to play with it and you want to do stuff like that, go ahead. And then Convalescence ends up being really good. But there's probably better ways to pull that off. However, then we get to the cycle of keepers. And what do the keepers do for you? Well, the keepers all tend to have some kind of interesting, hey, look, if you're, hello, Holly. I did try calling earlier. I was trying to help try and figure out something about food before I start my stream. And you didn't answer. So there. Yeah. But yeah. The Keeper cycle from Exodus. They all have some interesting effect where it's like you have to target somebody who's further ahead in something than you are. And if you succeed with that, you get to do a thing. Yeah. The Uncommon Oath wannabes. The funny thing is, because these require you to tap them, you can throw a card like Instill Energy or Freed from the Real or some effect like that. And let's say Freed from the Real. Relevantly, this first version, this last line rather, blue : untap enchant a creature. Yes, but look at the Oracle text. Choose target opponent who has more life than you do as you activate this ability. They don't care. Right. But the relevant part is as you activate this ability. If you activate in response untap, tap again, in response untap, and load up a bunch of activations and then let them start to resolve, it basically ends up being, blue, white, : gain 3 life. As long as it's, as long as you can activate the first one and your opponent doesn't have less life, your opponent has more life than you when you start it, you can end up, and I've got like 30 mana. Cool, guess what? I just doubled your life total because when I started you had one more life than I did. Wait, what? Because it only cares if they have more life when you activate it, not when the ability resolves. So that's the silly bit there. And it's a 2 mana 1/2, which is I'm not sure if you could have back then because I don't know how they would have interpreted that line. You may have had to have waited for it to resolve. Like it may have had to be back then, because don't forget. No, but around that time, I think at that point we had the batch, and you could still activate stuff in response to itself. Tapping and untapping, and that was still an option. I think it might have still worked, but it may have fizzled if your opponent if you had more life than your opponent by the time after the first one resolved. You may have only got a couple of activations out of it. But with the modern Oracle text, yeah, it's like, hey, I have the ability to gain a bunch of life. Exalted Dragon, 5/5 flyer, can't attack unless you sack a land. Not that exciting, considering for... Yeah. Unless you have lands that actually want to hit the graveyard, or unless you've got ways to, you know, recur your lands. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I think they may have been comparing it to Elder Landworm. You know, and so you're looking at a 5/5 flyer. Let's assume trample and flying are equivalent as far as white is concerned in terms of costing. I don't... We didn't get our first Crucible effect, I think, until Crucible of Worlds itself, which would have been the original Mirrodin block. But assuming... Harvest Worm? So Harvest Worm... Well, no, you wouldn't need ×4. Because, I mean, you just need 1. And then, say... Oh, what was it? Sky Shroud? Something or other. That's got the tap, put a land from your hand and play only as a sorcery. So 2 mana creature. Sky Shroud Ranger, maybe? So that would get your land back. Yeah. But the thing is, like, it didn't... I know by the time we hit the first trip to Kamigawa, like, what did we... we had Yosei, which was the same cost, also had flying. And when it dies, target player skips their next untap step. Tap up to 5 target permanents that player controls, compared to this. And that was the first mono white dragon that I actually legitimately remember after Exalted Dragon. Yeah. Yeah, Exalted Dragon, Exalted Dragon, I mean, it kind of made sense back in the day, but it wasn't good. Charging Paladin. You know, back to this entire conversation about toughness matters. This is a Pearled Unicorn, the white-gray ogre. But it, you know, it attacks as a 2/5. But if you're playing Toughness Matters, now this is attacks as a 5/5. Yeah. Yeah, in limited, sure. Or just... The thing is, it could get chump blocked all day by, like, a 3/3. But where I see this more as, again, another, another card for like your high alert kind of decks, where you want something that's got some amount of power, some vaguely reasonable amount of power, so that if your high alerts and your Arcades, Saboth, I think it's Arcades the Strategist, and whatever, or Doran, the Siege Tower, or what have you, can't hit the board for whatever reason, this still has enough damage to do something. So, doesn't rely on a card like High Alert or what have you to be able to push through damage. So Charging Paladin is not bad. I would almost, though, probably Doran. Well, no. Yeah, because otherwise, I think so. Because otherwise, you would be looking at cards like Inside Out and Transformation and so forth, and then like Fling effects. So basically, pump up a creature's toughness, swap power and toughness, and then Fling or some effect of that style. But as for Toughness Matters itself, I think it might have been Doran. It's the earliest one I can think of. Standing Troops isn't too bad. Yeah. Well, not just that, but again, if you're looking at Toughness Matters, now you're looking at a 1/4 Vigilance, so it attacks as a 4/4 Vigilance. But that being said, I would play Yotian Soldier first, because this is pretty much exactly Yotian Soldier, except it's not human, and it's an artifact. But in general, in a deck like that, I would play Yotian Soldier first. But you can probably get... Yeah, exactly. Which means if you're stuck on white mana, you can cast the Ocean Soldier in Doran or Arcades the Strategist or what have you. It's not... So far out of the bottom 7 cards, Convalescence with Lich, Keeper of the Light can be comboed. Welkin Hawk you really want in Relentless, but there's better Relentless cards. These two are basically fighting for the same kind of spot in a Toughness Matters deck. Reaping the Rewards, I don't think I would bother. Just the buyback cost of sacking a land. To be fair, if memory serves me correct, and the little bit I've seen of white so far, yeah. The little bit I'm seeing so far gives me the impression that Exodus had a sub-theme where lands hitting your graveyard was relevant. Like, a lot of cards had that as a drawback, a kicker, something. Yeah, they probably are. Angelic Blessing got printed a lot, and in fact, Some of the Elspeth abilities, depending on which version of Elspeth you're looking at, you get this, this effect. I can't remember which one it is, but yeah, Elspeth Knight Errant, the first Elspeth. Target creature gets +3/+3 and gains flying till end of turn. People see this and they're like, oh, yeah, it's, that's Angelic Blessing. Planeswalker. Okay. It's just her. But, anytime you see an effect very close to this, there's certain cards that are used for mental shortcuts, and this is one of them. Yeah. It's still not bad, but I don't think it's worth playing in Commander, because you can probably get this. You could probably get that as an enchantment, and it might cost. Actually, Divine Transformation, I think, does that. Oh no, not quite. Only gets +3/+3. Okay, you have to play blue for it. That's sad. Sad, sad cry. Oh well. You should be able to get close enough to it. But yeah, Angelic Blessing, just don't. There's enough ways to give your to either already have flying, you're in white, or give flying in general. So all you need is the +3/+3. There's ways around that. Pegasus Stampede. Really, I think I'd only worry about sacrifice land buyback if I've got the ability to generate a bunch of land somehow. Which probably means I'm playing green. No, they're Pegasus. They're not Mesa Pegasus. There's a difference. And nope, no buts, no what. But yeah, I think I'd probably play that if I was playing. Well, I shouldn't say if I'm playing green, but if I'm playing a green style deck. Again, if I pull this deck up, this deck has the ability to actually fetch a bunch of lands out. And you know, I have 19 basic islands in this deck. I have had all 19 basic islands before. My opponents have had like 7. Because, well, this is designed to, you know, ramp. And yo dog, I hear like ramp. By the way, did I say ramp? What I really mean is ramp, 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 ramp. A deck like that, you know, Pegasus Stampede or similar effect is actually reasonable. Plus, that specific deck also has Crucible of Worlds in it. So, you know, a deck like that, sacrificing a land is not unreasonable. But, I mean, there's easier ways to pull that off. That being said, the easier ways to pull that off usually are enchantments, which are easier. Well, yeah, I was about to say, you know, they're usually enchantments, but they can be blown up pretty easily. On the other hand, this Core Chant. 1 white, 2 other instant. All damage should be dealt this turn to target creature you control by a source of your choice is dealt to another target creature instead. Yeah. Go away. So, the fun part about this is that, sure, you know, all damage dealt to, you know, to one of your creatures is dealt to any other creature instead. Not any creature you choose, or you. It doesn't, the redirection doesn't have to be to one of your own creatures. What you can do is go, oh, nice Phyrexian Negator you got there. Zot! I guess you're sacrificing 12 permanents now, because this is trying to absorb, you know, this was trying to absorb 12 damage. No. You take 12. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, this is kind of like a burn spell. It's even funnier when you're looking at it in terms of cards like Blasphemous Act. Because now it's like, by the way, I saved my 1 creature and yours takes 26. That'll kill most things that are like, that'll kill most huge things. Like, oh, what's it called? The silly thing with the Convoke. Toxin Worm. Because this will survive 1 Blasphemous Act. It won't survive a second bout of that same damage. Yeah. So Core Chant as a removal spell of some sort I can see. Oh yeah. I mean, it costs the same as Disenchant, and you only get Demystify, but this is buyback. Yeah. But I think white. I think there's enough enchantments that see play in the typical commander deck. I think it's worth looking into LA for like if you want something to blow up enchantments. An effect like this is not unreasonable because on a four-player game, you and three opponents, I would assume that between the three opponents, you're probably going to end up with like 5 or 6 enchantments that you're going to want to blow up, at least. And that's not necessarily 2 per person. You know, you could be looking at somebody who's running like pretty much no enchantments over here. This one's got like 1 or 2, and this one's got like 4 in play at the same time. And so suddenly a card like this is actually a lot better than it first appears. I would assume that in any given group of 4, somebody's going to have enough enchantments that it's going to make this worth it. The funny thing is, we go from like pretty mediocre pretty fast to, well, I shouldn't say pretty fast. We go from like pretty mediocre all the way to like here to suddenly, you know, these two being actually playable. I wonder how the other ones are going to hold up. Blue. Mirzo. This has applications. What? This has applications. If you target it, it gets returned back to your hand. If it gets returned back to your hand, you can put it back into play. So, you have cards. Yes. But this is a lot better because, first of all, you get effects like your various Soul Sister effects. You know, tap target creature gets +1/+1 till end of turn. Okay. Bounces back to my hand. Replay it. Gain some more life. Blue has Intruder Alarm. Black or red would burn people for stuff. It's questionable whether or not it's a fish. Green, I can't think of anything apart from Essence Warden, which is basically another Soul Sister effect. Green, I can't think of anything that would specifically trigger a creature coming into play. Although you do get Bramble Sovereign, but that wouldn't really help here. Oh, red also gets your various Pandemonium effects. So, yeah, Mirzo, have the way to target it somehow. Try to move an equipment over to it. Yeah, potentially. But just in general, there's going to be enough use, depending on the kind of deck that you're building. this actually has applications that you can find in pretty much any color. Wayward Soul. See, here's the thing. I generally don't like 4 mana 3/2 flyer. First of all, you know, it's easy enough to get a 3/3 flyer. Or you can get a 2/4, which means you should also be able to get a 4/2. However, this gives you a way, this has got an additional ability, which does a lot of things. It saves itself from removal, including wrath effects, including wrath effects that exile, or something equally annoying. It also gives you a way to save yourself against mill. Now, is it going to be the best card to save against mill? No, but it is a way to save against mill. Yeah, I think if you're looking for Spirit specifically, you can find better at 4 mana. It's not bad. I think this is a lot more playable than it looks, because it actually does have multiple applications. The question is whether or not, it does the thing that you're looking for. It's also 4 mana, and there's not a lot of cards that I can think of that are that inexpensive. I.e. less than 5 mana, that let you put them back on top of their deck. I mean, always. I think nowadays you could get away with it being a 3/3. And if it was a 3/3 nowadays, it would be quite serviceable. I think the biggest problem with when it was printed was, I believe, Shock came out, I think, in Tempest. And Stronghold. And this dies to spending 4 mana on a creature that dies to, cheap toughness-based removal. Yeah. That being said, a lot of removal in Commander does not care how big the creature is. And there's a reason why, for example, I like Aftershock and Fisher and Lava Flow and Introduction to Annihilation when I'm playing with, when I'm playing a red deck and I'm restricting myself to commons. And even outside that, Aftershock and Introduction to Annihilation are really good, because they do not care how big the creature is. But yeah, Wayward Soul is actually pretty good. Ephemeron, 6 mana for a 4/4 flyer. Some would say, it sounds overcosted. And if you stop there, I would agree. Because you're looking at Air Elemental for an extra mana. However, again, protection from removal. Discard a card to return this back to its owner's hand. Probably your own. And being able to return it back. Yeah, no. Ephemeron is actually quite decent because it doesn't cost mana to get it back. You're playing blue. Chances are you're drawing a lot of cards. Heaven forbid you're playing my mono blue commons only deck, you know, take me down Cantrip City. More than half the cards in the deck draw you cards. But yeah, when you can return back to your hand without spending mana, which is, you know, a limited resource every turn. Yeah. Being able to save this for removal for discarding a card is pretty good. Then you start taking a look at the kind of cards that you can discard. And if you're playing, let's say, Grixis as an example, you have access to Squeegoblin Nabob, and there's a couple of black creatures that have similar abilities. Or alternatively, if you're playing green, you have access to Genesis, which for 3 mana on your upkeep, you can return a creature back to your hand. Yeah, I'm more looking about ones that will come back to your hand. So that you can pitch it again and pitch it again and pitch it again. Nether Spirit wants to jump in. Nether Spirit wants to come into play. But Aaron, like, this is the funny thing. We look at white, and the first basically 2 rows were just meh. I'm looking at blue. This has ways to use it. Protects itself. School of Piranha. School of Piranha is okay. I mean, if the great thing with this is if you've got Coral Atoll to play with, or you know, if you're playing more than one color and one of them is blue, having the relevant Karoo land. School of Piranha, the shortcut we used to use back in the day, and some people still do it, is because back in the day, having cards that have got mana upkeeps or something similar was much more common. You would take your lands and just tuck it under the school or whatever you're paying the upkeep for. And this way it's like, okay, now I don't have to worry about thinking about remembering to pay the upkeep. I'm just going to like leave it there and then yeah, but don't forget too, Holly, you're looking at a time when realistically, 1 blue, 1 other, you would get a 2/2 with a relevant creature type. Or sorry, you would get a 2/1 with a relevant creature type. Or you're looking at like, you know, a 2/3 wall if you're playing blue. Realistically. So a 3/3 with an upkeep of 2 mana is not completely unreasonable. Also, you know, there's ways around that as well. You can play cards like Eon Hub. This is not a card that you get out early, but probably by the time you've got about 5 mana or so, you're probably safe. And a 3/3 flyer for 2 mana is still fine. And you can always cheat it into play with, actually, what was that weird, was it Meta? Son of a potato. don't see what I'm looking for quickly. Yeah, this thing. You know, looking for a cheap blue way to cheat something in a play. Yeah. So cool. I had a 2/2 flyer, but that's not going to work as well. I'll block with a 3. I'll drop this in a play and have a 3/3 blocker for a turn. Sometimes that's all you need. School of Piranha does actually have its uses. Cunning. Cunning, I see this as basically as a blue giant growth. Although if you can manage to make it work without needing to worry about attacking or blocking. So fight spells, for example. That cunning can actually last quite a while. One thing to keep, so Ethertide, one thing to keep in mind, as I mentioned in, I don't remember which set it was I was talking about. It might have been Mirage Revisions. This is a sorcery with what looks like an activated ability. This is not an activated ability. This is how they added on additional costs back then. If you check the rule book back then, it actually said, well, no, this is an additional cost that you have to pay. And yeah, that was really weird and cumbersome and stuff, but yep, Wicked Reward had that. I know there's others and I just can't think of it. The drawback I see here is that to be able to return a bunch of creatures back to hand, you not only have to pay blue plus X to return X creatures, you also have to discard X creatures. Now, in a typical blue heavy deck, I would assume, let's assume I've been able to draw a bunch of cards and I've got an effect like Reliquary Tower or the like out. And I've got 12 cards in hand. I would assume that I've got maybe 3 creatures in that group of 12. Which means I'm returning at most 3 things. There are better options for this. And to return 3 things, I have to spend 4 mana and discard 3 cards just to return 3 things. The first card that goes through my head that might be better than that would be Washout, which came out originally in Invasion, which would come out 2 or 3 years later. 1 blue, 3 other. Sorcery. Return all permanents of the color of your choice to their owner's hands. I mean, run black for Buried Alive and hope for the best. For what? For Ethertide? That being said, if you are trying to get the creatures into the graveyard for reasons, no, Buried Alive puts them into your graveyard. Buried Alive is an entomb for 3 creatures. Now, if you are trying to get creatures from your hand into your graveyard and have a reason for it, then Aethertide isn't so bad. I.e., I want to get creature cards from my hand in my graveyard, but I want to get some kind of benefit from doing so. That being said, I think I would generally prefer cards like Merfolk Looter to get me cards deeper into my deck instead. I mean, it's fine. I think there's better options for a slot like that. Killer Whale. Again, when you're... maybe. Killer Whale, again, when you're looking at, unbalanced power and toughness, if you average the two of them, your mental starting point for what it should cost should be the average of those two. So, this is basically, instead of a 3/5, think of it as a 4/4. Because 3 plus 5 is 8, cut that in half is 4. So 4/4 with activated flying. Why not just have Air Elemental for the same cost? It does have an extra point of toughness, which does make some difference. And yeah, I mean, Holly is completely true. Holly is completely right. Flavor-wise, it's a great hit. I just don't think this should have been costed the same as Air Elemental and only get activated flying. I think if it was like, blue give this flying or trample until end of turn, because it's a killer whale, I could see a whale having trample. In fact, if we go to giant shark, for example, all the way back from the dark. When this creature blocks or becomes blocked by a creature that has been dealt damage this turn, i.e., I'm tangling against a giant shark and I'm wounded, the shark gets +2/+0 and gains trample till end of turn. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I thought, when I realized what that did, I thought that was great. Flavor-wise, it's amazing. Killer Whale, you could steal a bit about, for giving it trample. It would make sense on a Killer Whale. Maybe the only reason they did that was because, blue getting trample. But yeah. Next, the blue card from the Keeper cycle. Again, who has at least 2 more cards in hand than you do as you activate this ability. Draw a card. you could throw an effect like, again, freed from the real on here, and basically turn it into blue, blue, colon, draw a card. And as long as somebody's got at least 2 more cards in hand than you do, when you start, you could just pay a bunch of blue mana, draw half that many, then let them all resolve, and draw half as many cards as the amount of mana you spent. Which would get kind of silly. And it's a human wizard. It's in a color that wants you to be playing wizards. This is actually a really good card. Oh yeah. Oh, Keeper of the Mind, I would play in a heartbeat. Rootwire Mystic. This thing is... The problem with back in the day... when you're looking at cards... the creatures tended to be generally pretty bad, and the spells were generally pretty good. Which means the creatures that were actually pretty good were like really strong, at least for the time. And blue tended to get shafted a lot when it came to creatures. It was not a creature color. It's not to say it didn't have creatures, it's just it wasn't known for its creatures being good. So white would get cards like Tundra Wolves, which was like a 1/1 first strike. And black would get Will-o'-the-Wisp. A 0/1 flying regenerating. And green got Llanowar Elves. And blue would get stuck with things like Merfolk of the Pearl Trident and variants thereof, which were like a 1/1 with no abilities. And then you get to Rootwater Mystic. And it's, a Merfolk, which was a vaguely relevant creature type back then. I don't think Lord of Atlantis was considered to be a Merfolk yet. Oh yeah, just like... Do I? I am not familiar with that emote. That thing is weird. But yes, it very much got a kick to the balls. And I don't think Lord of Atlantis was considered to be a Merfolk yet. I don't think that happened until at least 6th edition, and it might have been 8th edition when they did the Grand Creature type update. Yeah. Oh, I know that. And it didn't, it affected, but it wasn't a Merfolk Lord. Lord capital L, i.e. the creature type. But then we got Rootwire Mystic, and now we got a 1/1 with an ability that actually had some amount of use. Blue 1, look at the top card of players, target player's library. You couldn't do anything with it except know the information. Oh yeah. And the fact that you can take a look at the top card of player's library, know what they're drawing next turn. You can plan around stuff. Like, I know blue had some Merfolk at 2 mana that were okay. But prior to this, which was 98, yeah, it had Merfolk of the Pearl Trident, Root Water, which was crap, Manta Riders, which was okay, and Root Water Diver, which was situationally okay. This was Tempest Stronghold Exodus. Let's go. Entitled Warrior. Yeah. But the other thing is, back then, Merfolk was a more relevant creature type than what was Flying Men back then? Was it just Summon Flying Men? Yeah, Summon Flying Men. Yeah. So Rootwater Mystic was actually a reasonable 1 mana 1/1 Merfolk, which was kind of a big deal back then. 1, 2, 3. I would probably still play it now, although generally, if I want that kind of effect, I think there's cards that let you see the top of your opponent's library. No. I wonder. Okay, I don't see. Huh. Weird. So maybe you have to use an effect like Rootwater Mystic, or be able to, or live with the fact that you have to reveal the top of yours as well. Oh. Thalico Scout. Creatures with Shadow realistically are basically unblockable. So this is basically a 3 mana 2/1 unblockable. Discard a card to return to your return back to your hand. This is still pretty. I mean, a 2/2 unblockable would be 3 mana, but that would be a 2/2 unblockable with no other abilities. This pitches a card to return it back to the owner's hand. Yeah. Yeah, I generally only look at the creature type only if it's something that specifically stands out. Like, if I see this creature type giant, for example, like giant wizard, okay, whatever. That's gonna slot into enough different things. Giant is gonna be the interesting part, and I'll be like, does that do anything interesting or relevant? The only part I see here that would be relevant is if you're doing like, if you're, are you doing Thalicos Tribal? And there's only 7. But the fact that you can pitch a card to return this back to your hand, and again, you know, and the fun thing about this is you can activate that ability in response to itself. So theoretically, you could discard like 10 cards from your hand. You'll only be able to return it once, all the others will fail. But it doesn't target. It just won't do anything. It's kind of like, you know, tapping a creature that's already tapped. So if you are looking to discard cards, this is a reasonable, yeah, good for Reanimator. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And it is possible. It's not easy, but it is possible to do Reanimator in blue. I would probably add a second color. Any other second color, even red, would help immensely. Red or green would help a lot. You could go white or blue, but then again, then you're just looking at a regular Reanimator deck that's using blue to discard. But I could see a Simic Reanimator deck. And a card like this would just be really good. Thalicos Drifter. 4 mana for a 3/3, discard a card to give it Shadow till end of turn, which is stronger than flying, because flying is easier to block because it can be blocked with things that have flying, or with reach, both of which are commonly printed mechanics. Shadow does not turn up very often. And so 4 mana, 3/3, discard a card to basically make it unblockable. Yeah. Do you want to make it unblockable? Do you want to make it able to block stuff that it can't block, you know, that can't normally be blocked, because Shadow was hard to block, just like Horsemanship. So few people play with Horsemanship that it might as well be unblockable. Or do you want the discard effect? Sometimes the discard, you know, you've got a card in your hand that you'd rather have in your graveyard because you want to reanimate it. It has escape. It has, you know, it's an extra card for collecting evidence. It is, you know, it has flashback. Oh yeah, this card will do a lot of work. There's rares in general that don't do a lot, you know, that are just meh, are commonly like 10 cents, maybe 20 cents. This is 50 cents. That means it's actually useful. Yeah, I had the same downgrade in Vintage Remasters as well. And then Treasure Trove. Oh my god. So, it is... I've said this before and I'll say it again. It is not hard to come up with infinite mana in any color you want. let's embiggen this a little bit for a moment. So, freed from the real can be replaced with anything that has, you know, blue, untapped enchanted creature. Tap freeze out can be replaced with any land that lets you tap for, relevantly here, double blue. Tidewater minion can be replaced with any card that's tap, untap target permanent. And the way this works is tap freeze out for double blue. Have freed from the real enchanted to the Tidewater minion. Tap the minion to untap the Isle. You currently have 2 blue in your pool. Spend 1 of the blue through freed from the real to untap the minion. You have spent a blue and you're back where you have a blue mana in your mana pool and you are back where you started. Tap the Isle, untap it with a minion, untap the minion. If you are playing, if you're looking to generate infinite black, for example, coming. If you're looking to generate infinite black mana, replace Teferi's Isle with Dimir Aqueduct. And you'll be spending your blue to untap the minion and generating an extra black every time through. So generating infinite mana is not difficult. Every color's got some way of pulling it off. Now you go back to that and you look at Treasure Trove and you go, oh, I generate infinite mana, or I generate as much mana as I want. And then every 4 mana I pump in, you know, here's the thing. It doesn't have to be freed from it doesn't have to be Teferi's Isle. It could be Nixos, Shrine of Nyx. As long as you have enough blue pips to go, hey, by the way, I generate, probably as long as you've got at least 6 blue pips, you're good. You might not even need that. And if you got Treasure Trove out, okay, now I'm looking for 4 more. You might not need that much, but yeah, just sit there and generate infinite mana, or I should say as much mana as you want, and just okay, I've generated 40 mana. Cool. I'll spend it 4 at a time and draw 10 cards. No big deal. So yeah. And if you can cast Treasure Trove, just being able to spend 4 extra mana every turn and draw extra cards is always nice. Black cards. Fugue. I can understand why Fugue does not see much play. No, because I'm not going through all of them. Because I'm only going through, like, the bottom section. Because I'm looking at the... If you look at the way this is... if you look at this bit here. Alright. Stuff that's in Commander and Vintage. Cards that are in Exodus. Color, you know, I want stuff that is specifically black in this case. Sorted by what EDH rec says the least commonly played cards are. If it's a small enough set, I don't mind going through all of them. But when there's like 24 in each color, I'm like, you know what? I'm only going to do like the bottom dozen or thereabouts. You know, if it's got like 15 cards per color, I'll probably go through each one. Because 12, 15, yeah, it's only an extra 3 cards, whatever. But I've got like 25-ish. No, I'm only going to do like... Because I want to be pointing out the cards that people don't realize exist, because everyone's going to be looking at like the top cards. They're going to be looking at things like Hatred, for example. Which, if you're playing, you know, if you're trying to deal commander damage and you're playing black, you attack with your commander, let's say it has trample. You only need enough to kill one opponent? Cool. I'll pay 20 life. It'll get plus 20 plus 0 till end of turn. People already know cards like that are going to be good. It's stuff down here at the bottom where people are like, what? Wait, this is a card that exists? That's the sort of stuff I want to showcase. Fugue is interesting. Yeah. Fugue is interesting because, as a general rule of thumb, I don't like cards that make people discard cards for Commander. Fugue, like, there's that one where it's like Siphon Mind. Each opponent discards a card, and then you draw a card for each card discarded this way. Fugue, I don't mind, because it's enough cards to actually make, like, it's enough of an effect to be worth playing. Cards like Thoughtseize and Duress, while they're staples in, you know, everywhere from vintage to modern to standard, if you know, if and when they're ever legal as standard. Duress most commonly being legal. Great. But in a multiplayer format, having one player discard a card, or even discarding 2 cards, even though it's 5 mana, Fugue target player discarding 3 cards is a lot. And now, if I am building with any kind of discard effects in my deck, and I should say one-shot discard effects, Fugue is actually probably one of the first ones I'm going to put in because it's 3 cards. It's enough to actually be meaningful. It is also target player. You can target yourself with that. And so it may end up costing you 4 cards, because Fugue being one of them. But that can make you discard 3 cards that you want to reanimate. Or, 2 cards that you want to reanimate, and I don't know. Dread Return. Or something. So, Fugue has its applications. It's one of the, even though it's an uncommon, it's one of the rare cards that I would actually say, okay, I can see playing that in Commander, because it has enough of an effect to be worth playing. Scare Tactics. I am less interested in an effect like Scare Tactics in general in a format like Commander. If you are flooding the board with a lot of creatures, and when I say a lot, I mean like, if it is really easy for you to have like 20 creatures on the board in a short amount of time, then fine. Scare Tactics, especially because it's an ensign, is great. I would prefer this for a 4 of 20 card or a 60 card format. Pauper is a good example. Having 4 of this and, flooding the board with, say, a bunch of goblin tokens, and then go, I attack you for a bunch. By the way, they all get +1/+0 till end of turn for 1 mana. That's huge. In a format like Commander, it's not as good. Partly due to the fact that people they don't start off with 20 life, they start off with 40 life. However, if you're setting this up for a 2-headed giant Commander deck, where I believe you still only start off with 25 life, and if my memory is not failing on that, Scare Tactics ends up being a lot better than it appears. So, not as good in Commander, but definitely good in other formats. Vampire Hounds. Yeah, it's a cute combat trick in black. And the other thing to point out is that because it does affect all your creatures, they could also be blocking at that point, and that 1 point of damage can actually make a difference sometimes when you're blocking. Vampire Hounds, you really want a card like this to go with Hello, Collector. Yeah, no, Holly's completely right there. You're not restricted to just discarding 1 creature card. This, again, you're looking at something for this is more something for a Reanimator style deck. do want, I mean, ideally, you want cards like Basking Rootwalla, Blazing Rootwalla, Arrogant Worm, or stuff like Uro, or creatures that can come back somehow, or can be cast from exile from being discarded because of an effect like Madness. It's not bad. Dog Tribal, if you're running black, might have an interest in it. Cat Burglar, 4 mana, 2. I am only keeping one deck that I can change to a different deck. What do you... What deck do you have so far? And are you looking to like trade stuff out into like what is your plan in that context? Yeah, Holio is about to say that there's the best starting point I can think of is Disrupting Scepter. What this has over Disrupting Scepter is it's also a creature. But if you're looking to do something like that, there's better options. I don't think Disrupting Scepter is random. Yeah, no. But it also has a better restriction. Activate only during your turn, as opposed to activate only as a sorcery. Yeah. There are, I believe, I wanted to make a man cave with every kind of card game and board games. Okay, we figured out what kind of deck you want, though. Because that's probably the better starting point. Growl. Whenever this creature is dealt damage, each opponent gains that much life. There are ways to make this work. It is harder, but there are ways to make Grolub work. Yep. Yeah, you and I had the exact same thought. False Cure. Until end of turn, whenever a player gains life, that player loses 2 life for each life they gained. And considering this only hits opponents, and this is players, but this only hits opponents, I want every commander as stacks, but it costs too much money. there's 2,443 commanders available. That being said, you can shortcut some of that because you've got abilities like Doctor's Companion, which allow you to have more than one more than one commander if the other's the Doctor. You've also got your various partner and partners with as options. And so what that allows you to do is you can combine, instead of having one commander per deck, you could have a raft of them, say, I don't know, you might be able to cut it down to 2,300 because you'd be able to have two commanders on the same deck. You've also got various backgrounds, which technically can count as commanders. So if the problem there though is if you assume the average deck, let's say 2,300, if the average commander is say $2, 23 would be $4,600. And then on top of that, you would be looking at, let's say multiply that by 100. 4,600 4,600 $460,000. You'd be, if you assume the average card is $2, you would be looking around $500,000 to do them all. I don't recommend that unless you really have a lot of money to spend. And you also have a lot of room to store them all and a way to store them all. Because assuming you're looking at, let's say, 2,400 decks to make numbers slightly easier. If one deck takes, well, I'll grab a deck box. That's roughly 2 inches there. Let's say 2 by 3 by 4. That's 24 cubic inches. $24 times 2,400 divide by 12, divide by 12, divide by 12. You'd be looking at around 33 cubic feet. Actually, $400. A foot by 400. only keeping one of each card without duplicate cards, but small amount allow for more than one duplicate. I think you're best. I think you would be better served. Personal opinion. If you want to do one for every color and color combination, that's only 32 decks. If you include colorless as well, that's only 32 decks, which is a lot more manageable. And it also gives you more ability to do the, well, I don't want to do duplicates. Okay. Which deck? Like, I would assume for that, because you can get Soul Ring, for example, for like $2. Maybe even less, depending on, you know, what you're looking for. Or more, depending on what you're looking for. But let's say $2. That's like $64 if you put a Soul Ring in each deck. Basic land, if you're going for one of every set, like every version per set, so like there's 4 different. Okay, see ya, Holly. There's 4 different versions of Forest from Mirrodin, for example. And then there's 4 from Return to from Ravnica, City of Guilds. So if you want 8 forests in the same deck, you could do, you know, one of each of those, and then you've got your 8. Or, because if you're only going, no, I'm only getting 1 forest. Okay. Then you've got access to a grand total of 12 basic lands. 2 different rats, dwarf, and a white card allowed multiple in one deck. 7 dwarves allows up to 7. Okay, I know what you're referring to there now. Yeah, there's sort by color. Okay. There are 11 cards that let you have multiple copies. There's 3 white ones, there's 1 blue, 3 black plus Nazgul, you can have 9 copies. 1 red plus 7 dwarves lets you have 7 of them, and 1 green. So for completely unbounded, you're looking at 9 cards. And then Nazgul, you can have 9, and 7 dwarves, you can have 7. The question then becomes, what theme do you want to build them around? Like, sure, can play, you know, you can play Relentless Rats, but apart from Relentless Rats, what are you going to put in your deck? You know, is it going to be Rat Tribal? Is it going to be Reanimator? You know, with something like Patriarch's Bidding, and you name rats, and they all come back into play. You know, is it going to be an aristocrat type deck where, you know, you sacrifice them for fun and profit, and maybe then you reanimate them? You know, who's your general going to be? Is it going to be mono black deck, or is it going to be, you know, black white? You know, Relentless Rats, it's a 2/2 natively. There's a lot of white reanimation spells that like to reanimate cheap creatures. So you have options, but I would, if I'm looking at making a lot of decks, I would generally start off with one of every color and color combination. And if I want to not allow duplicates, I'm going to dismantle and build different decks. There's almost 30,000 cards. Coming. Which are going to range from, obviously they're going to range from a penny at the bottom. And there's going to be a lot of those. Coming. For stuff that's legal in Commander, 28, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Your 4 most expensive cards are going to be upwards of $9,000. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, the first page is 175 cards, which would be somewhere around $45,000. But now you start off at like, you know, almost $3,000, well, over 2,000, and you're already down to like 44 bucks, which means the remaining cards would be relatively, so I don't know, let's say $80,000 to get one of everything. And the cards that you're allowed to have more than one copy of per deck, I think the most expensive, last I remember, is I think it's last I remember it was like Heir Apparent. Yeah, and Heir Apparent is like $330 each. And I generally find somewhere around 25 copies per deck is plenty. So let's say the average card here is $2. Nine of them, 9 times 2 is 18, times 25 is 450. So for about $600, you can get your, you know, enough copies to, you know, enough copies of all your cards to not worry about not having enough. But like I said, I generally find somewhere around 25 is plenty. My persistent petitioners deck, where are you here? You know, I run 24 copies of persistent petitioners. Yeah. Yeah, this particular deck, I'm running 24 persistent petitioners. I find it's plenty, and I don't have a lot of actual draw per se. I've got some, but I don't have a lot. And I find that's plenty. Where did I leave off? Grelub. Oh yeah, Pit Spawn. Oh yeah, Pit Spawn. Whenever this creature deals damage to a creature, exile that creature. So if how badly do you want to exile your opponent's board? Pit Spawn? Some kind of ping ability? Like, I don't know, Viridian Longbow? And some way to consistently untap him. And you just turn him into a machine gun of death. Yeah, if you're proxying any of the big stuff, which some people do. The thing is, like, relative to what's available in the game, I think I got down to... I know that on the first page, which was 175 cards, I was, you know, by the time I hit the bottom, I was under 45 bucks, I think. So I would say there's probably about 70 cards that are worth more than 100 bucks. Damn it. There we go. That's funny. Oh, I know why you changed type. Oh, there was that problem with demons back in the day. The satanic panic thing going on. So anything that would have been a demon, they had to change its creature type to something else. So Pit's Pawn became a beast. Yeah, Pit's Pawn became a beast. Okay. And now it's a demon. Okay. Yeah. This is not a terrible card to put in a demon tribal deck. But it's better if you've got some way to just, like, machine gun down your opponent's stuff. You'll probably be wanting to play blue. You might be able to get away with it playing green instead. And the worst I can think of for green is like instill energy, which can you only untap it on your turn or anybody's turn? What's the actual Oracle text? Activate only during your turn and only once each turn. Okay. There's probably a way to untap your creatures in green. Oh, yeah, of course there's a way to untap your creatures in green. Seedborn Muse. So there's at least that. And then Pit's Pawn, you can shoot down like 4 creatures per turn cycle at least. Okay. Throw Surgeon. Again, we're looking at a discard card. This one is fine, but I wouldn't recommend it. Again, I don't generally find discard is a good, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't find it's a good theme to build around for Commander. So Throw Surgeon is the kind of card that if I'm doing it, I want to be able to aim it at myself. I still have 10,000 ounce of silver that I got from trading 10,000 baseball cards for the silver in 2013 was $10 per ounce. Okay. And what's it at now? Because if you've got all that silver, you know, I mean, silver is going to be worth something for quite a while. Compared to, you know, compared to stuff for compared to stuff for games, it's going to be... Actually, wait, you... God, I can't believe I'm saying this. What you might want to look into is older computer stuff. And if you can find... Because there's all this economic uproar right now with China versus the US. If you can find someone who can extract the relevant... If you can find somebody who can extract the relevant materials and sell them to relevant corporations, like for example, like TSMC, if you can send a bunch of germanium to TSMC, let's say, you know, if you can find people to do the work for you, you can probably make a fair amount of money doing that, as like a middleman. Or, you know, even just collecting dead CPUs and sending them to, you know, send the Intel ones back to Intel so they can find ways to disassemble them to get the materials back, and send the AMD ones to TSMC or whoever. Actually, I'd probably send them to AMD and let them figure out which ones go back to TSMC, which ones go to Global Foundries, etc., etc. Might be a consideration. Entropic Spectre. 5 mana for a creature with power and toughness each equal to the number of cards in the chosen player's hand. When this creature deals damage to a player, that player discards a card. So if you hit somebody that's got, if you choose somebody that's got 12 cards in hand when this comes into play, it's a 12/12 flyer at that point. But it only has flying. It can be chump blocked all day. And if you hit the person that's got 12 cards in hand, it's gonna go down. They're gonna go down to 11. But if they've got 12 cards in hand, it really doesn't matter, because chances are they're gonna have ways to draw more cards. Now, if you're hitting somebody that's low in cards in hand, the Spectre has a good chance of dying. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just... I think it has more to do with my opinion of discard in general when it comes to Commander. It's great for a competitive format, but it's not really that good. It's The problem with the first problem with discard is in a format like Commander is a lot of the stuff that you would want to be able to play only hits a single person. And when you've got 3 opponents, you can, you know, you either do a little bit to everybody or you concentrate on one person. That being said, discard, you can probably get away with a bit to everyone more realistically. But I mean, I would still prefer cards like is it Bottomless Pit I'm thinking of? Yeah, Bottomless Pit. I would prefer a card like Bottomless Pit for a card like for Tiny Bones, because everybody, that affects everybody. I don't know. I always see discard as much more a 1v1 kind of kind of concept to build a deck around. I don't know, maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. It's my perception. Mind maggots. Mind maggots is kind of cute because, like, when it comes into play, if you discard, say, 2 creature cards, you've paid 4 mana for a 6/6 creature. Now, it has no abilities besides having counters on it, but it's now 4 mana for a 6/6 creature, which is not bad. They're +1/+1 counters, which are a thing that you're going to care, which is a thing a lot of decks care about, proliferate, etc. You have 2 creature cards in your graveyard now, which is something that, like Reanimator, etc., is going to care about that. You know, getting the creature cards in your graveyard is not necessarily a drawback, especially when it's like 4 mana to get the cards into my graveyard, 5 mana to reanimate, and if you... Oh yeah, I'm aware about the bracket system. I'm not worrying about the bracket system per se. I'm more worried. I'm more looking at, these are cards that people forget exist. You know, these are like the forgotten ones. And I'm, as you probably have figured out, I'm very much a casual player. I like building weird decks. I might have a deck that's got, like, you know, 5 or 6 game changers in it. But if it's built in such a way that it doesn't make good use of them, they're not as big a deal. And so maybe they're worth only being 3 game changers. I build weird stuff. You know, crop rotation is a game changer now. Because it can find all sorts of big and interesting lands, like, you know, Bajuka Bog and whatever else. But if I'm playing it in a mono green deck that runs only commons, what's it gonna fetch? Like, I sack a forest and get, what, another forest? Or I sack a forest and I get quicksand? You know. So, sure, it may be a game changer, but if the deck can't really make good use of it, so I don't know. The bracket, the big thing about the bracket system is you can use that as a starting point for figuring out what your decks are, where your decks sit. I'm not looking at. I'm not trying to build the most powerful decks I can. Like, one deck that I recently built that I really enjoy so far is a mono blue deck that tries to ramp like a green deck, including creatures that tap for mana and ways to fetch lands out of my deck. You know, and creatures with landfall triggers. Big creatures with landfall triggers. A couple of guys that want, that get +1/+1 counters on them. It feels like a green deck, but it runs like 19 islands. So, boop. That one. I've got a mono red deck that I'm working on that's built around taking Squee, Goblin Nabob, and throwing a bunch of auras on him. Yeah, most of my decks are probably going to be like probably 2 to low 3. There's one deck I can think of that's going to be probably a high 3 to maybe an early 4, because it stops people from playing the game. I don't even think it has any game changers in it. At least I don't think it does. But it's also that deck that I pull out if a couple of people are going, well, I've got a precon and somebody else is like, yeah, I threw this out of random spare parts, and somebody goes, well, I have this deck that's going to go off on turn 4, on turn 5. I pull out Chulane and go, okay, I'm going to make this a little more fair. I'm going to play this so that these guys have a chance to actually play the game. Yeah, unfortunately not everybody does that. Not everybody. If, like, look at the people that only have one deck. You've only got one deck because you just got into it, or you only got one deck because you spent a bunch of resources on it, and it's like, So if I pull my Chulane deck out, it is there to slow them down, so that people that are new to the game can actually play the game. But I mean, I will play with a bunch of these really weird cards. It's like, because I'll be looking for cards to do a certain function, and I'm curious. Anybody responded yet? Somebody responded. Okay, not MTG Goldfish had a video in earlier this week, I think it was, or maybe on the weekend, about Tomer had a list of like 30 decks for under 30 bucks. And it's like a 2.5 hour long video. And he's like, yeah, there's certain decks that he had that he felt that were high powered enough that could actually hold their own in bracket 4. And then there's other decks that were like, a low 2. And everything in between. So, you want to spend about $1,000 and get a decent number of decks. And they were all different. Like they all had different commanders in them. And I think there was some thematic duplication, but I don't remember there being a lot. Oh. This one. Whatever Warhammer rogues you control do is good. That looks fun. So rogue tribal, I'm guessing? Yeah, my maggots I can see uses for. Yep, rogue tribal. Yeah, that feels like it. Carnifage. I mean, you can play this as just an aggressive creature, but the thing is, when you're looking at a format like Commander, for an extra mana, you can have a 2/2 zombie. That won't ping you every turn. And actually has bonus abilities instead, so. Yep. Gotta go rogue. Yeah, unless you're trying to build a fast aggressive deck, I don't see Carnifage being much use in a commander deck. Forest Dungeon. Destroy this enchantment to discard a card. Target player puts a card from their hand on top of their library. Oh, that's fun. Step 1. Find a way to make this indestructible. As an example, turn it into a creature and then make, have Eldrazi monument out. There's probably other ways. It's just that's the easiest way I can think of off the top of my head. And then people can keep trying to pay 5 life and won't get blowed up. And then you discard cards to make people put cards on top of their deck. Which means they'll be drawing it. Again, lots of ways to discard in this set. For fun and profit. I'm less fond of this than if it made them discard a card, because this is like telling people they're going to play the same cards over and over and over again. And that just does not leave for very fun play patterns. I would pass on that hard. Keeper of the Dead. Choose target creature who has at least 2 fewer creature cards in their graveyard. Oh! Look at Breakout. Don't know what you're referring to. At least 2 fewer creature cards in their graveyard. Oh. If you have a way to consistently keep your opponent's graveyard empty, like Leyline of the Void, let's say, anytime a card hits their graveyard, it gets exiled. So they will always have less creature cards as long as you've got at least 2 creature cards in your graveyard. They will always have less. And so you can... There's a card that looks like a Kool-Aid meme theme. Question is it a real card? A lot of people tend to make their own cards, and sometimes you'll be looking at something and it's like, oh, no, that's a homebrew that somebody came up with. Oh, okay, cool. Neither of you. I don't see the one you're talking about. You can try dropping a link in the chat. If it comes up. Hopefully it comes up. Furnace Brood. Again, one of these cards, I wouldn't mind seeing somebody randomly toss a copy into a deck somewhere. Regeneration does not see a lot of play because it's largely been replaced by Indestructible. But it does see some. I wonder. Breakout. Yeah. Yeah, this one. I guess I can kind of see that. I don't really see, like, I guess maybe it's because he's coming from the other side of the wall. I usually think of the Kool-Aid Man already being on this side of the wall, and he's on the... I don't know. I wonder. Weird. But yeah. Furnace Brood, I'd be perfectly fine seeing somebody play that. Cinder Crawler. Cinder. Pay a red. This creature gets +1/+0 till end of turn. Activate only if this creature is blocked. If you give it trample, which sounds like a waste, but if you can give this thing trample, then you can pump it for a bunch and have the extra damage carry on to the opponent. I don't know. I could see a use for this, but most of the time it's like, why not just get like a 2/2 creature with a more relevant creature type? Ogre Shaman, again, the biggest creature, or sorry, the biggest problem with cards that say discard a card at random is building your deck in such a way that the random discard really doesn't hurt. and it's really hard, especially in a format like Commander, to build a deck that doesn't mind having its stuff discarded. And when I say having its stuff, I mean a lot of it's because you can't control what you're going to be discarding. So as a general rule, I would end up passing on the Shaman. Because otherwise, you're paying 5 mana for a 3/3. You could do that for 4 mana at that point. Final cards that can make alter me. I mean, one card that I want to do that with is Karn's Bastion, and have it altered so that you get Bastion from, what was it, Overwatch, showing up on it. Sabertooth Wyvern, 5 mana, 3/2 flying first strike. ID equal red. O flying, O first. And value greater than 4. For an extra mana, if you're looking at something that's got flying and first strike, wow. Bonehorde Dracosaur is really its only competition? Or Flailing Manticore. Or Skyship Stalker. Wow, okay. Yeah, there's not really a lot of options for Flying First Strike, and for after Bonehorde Dracosaur, Sabertooth Wyvern just might be the next best one. That's weird. And especially if you're deciding to go Drake Tribal, that's gonna kind of be relevant. Mage Ovak, again, the same typical problem with random discard. You know, you'd rather have something like, is it Chris Mage I'm thinking of? Yeah. Red, tap and discard a card for your hand. 1 damage chain target. And red for a 1/1. Yeah. I would rather have a Chris Mage over a Mage Ovak. I'd also rather have Prodigal Pyromancer over Mage Ovak. I don't know, Mage Ovak I think would be relatively low on my list. I'd probably even rather have Brothers of Fire. there's a lot of cards I would rather have over Mage Ovek just because it's a random discard. If it wasn't a random discard, this I would be so much more interested in this in most decks that would want an effect like this because it's random. Reckless Ogre. Reckless Ogre is actually pretty good. Oh wow. If you can get additional combat steps, every time this thing attacks, it'll be in an additional +3 power. Battlefield and Friends meme commander deck. Yeah. One of these days I gotta figure out what kind of memes I want to put into a deck. The problem with memes is people have to get the reference. Reckless Ogre. Give it trample and extra combat steps. This thing would just get dumb. Oh, and Unquestioned Authority, I think it is, to give it protection from creatures. Yeah. I could see a use for that. I will be right back. Boop. Alright. So. Monster's Hound. 4 mana for 4/4, which back then was actually kind of big for the size. Or for the cost. basically can't attack or block unless you have more lands than the person who you're up against. I mean, it's okay, but the problem is a couple of sets. First problem is a couple of sets earlier, you had Lava Hounds, which was a slightly steeper cost, 2 red plus 2 rather than 1 red plus 3, but had haste, but came into play, dealt 4 damage to you. But attacked the turn that came into play, which means that you're already compensating for that right away. Compare that to this, where it's like there are, like, if you're up against a green deck, for example, there's a good chance the monster's hand just sits there and snarls and nothing happens. So, card like that, you'd rather have an effect like Pandemonium, but if you're playing a card like Pandemonium, there. Wall of Torches or Wall of Razors. Either one, 4 power. You're looking at Pandemonium. Obviously, you play Wall of Razors first, because it also has first strike. So, yeah. Keeper of the Flame. Oh dear. Again, the Keeper cycle. This one is actually going to be really good because, again, based on, do they have, in this case, more life as you activate this ability? With enough mana, you can go from, cool, you're ahead of me, to, you're now dead of me. Just because tap on tap, tap on tap, tap on tap, on tap, tap on tap, tap on tap, tap on tap, tap on tap. Wee! Cool. Now they all resolve. Thunk! Yeah. Really good if you've got a way to combo it. Sonic Burst. Even when I was playing casual with my friends, Sonic Burst was very meh. And we're talking, 4 of 60s. We're not talking a commander format. Just, you want to deal 4 damage to a target or 5 damage to, you can do so much better. Actually, Lava Axe? No, not Lava Axe. Oh no, Lightning Axe. Oh, that only hits creatures. Shrapnel Blast is better. Shrapnel Blast on a Retributive 1 is hilarious. Bottle Cap Blast, that's funny. 5 mana, but it's got Improvise, and can also turn around and make you extra treasure tokens. Scream Killer. Thunderous Wrath can occasionally be that for single red. Yeah. So Sonic Burst, you can do better. And besides, for 2 mana, you're already starting to look at the ability to blow up anything. Paroxysm. At the beginning of enchant creature's controller, they reveal the top card. I might play this instead. I might actually play this instead of Sonic Burst. Especially if I'm looking at for creature removal. Let's assume 40% of your deck is land. If it's a land card, destroy that creature. So 60% of the time it gets +3/+3. Which means it's going to be 1.8 plus 1.8 every turn. It also means that basically every third turn it's going to get blowed up, roughly. That is a cute card. See, this is a kind of random I don't mind, because it's random that you can manipulate but don't have to. You know, you do have ways around it. Disengage. I want a copy of this. I want a couple of copies of this, actually. I want a couple of copies of this. I want one for Squee for sure. I don't remember if I have you in Squee or not. No, I don't. That would certainly be an entertaining... Whoops. That would certainly be an entertaining card to put in. Because you can just shoot down. I like that card. Flowstone Flood. Schnoz does not want to listen. Flowstone Flood. 4 mana to blow up a land. Buy back, pay 3 life, and discard card at random. You won't be discarding the Flood because it won't be back in your hand yet. Because buy back. The last part of the resolution of a spell, like an instant or sorcery, is putting the card in your graveyard. Buyback replaces that with putting it into your hand. Which means that when it goes to, when you blow up the land. So first you choose your targets. Then you pay costs. Then the spell does its thing. Then this will end up back in your hand. So you will never have to worry about discarding the Flowstone Flood that you are casting. That does mean you have to have at least one other card in your hand to be able to use it. Again, the problem is it's a random discard. Let's go green. Plated Rootwalla. The first Rootwalla, I think. What were you? Okay, the second Rootwalla. The first was in Tempest, Stronghold, Exodus. You got a 3 mana 2/2, a 4 mana 3/3. Two mana to give it +2/+2. 3 mana, give it +3/+3. I guess maybe if you're playing Lizard Tribal, but I mean, at this point, its first activation says you're paying what? 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 mana to make it a 6/6. Now that being said, you are looking at 5 mana first, but 5 mana these days should probably get you, like 5 mana these days should get you a 5/5 by now anyway. In fact, I think even red can get a 5 mana 5/5. Yeah, charging monster store. Alright, what if I go mana 4? start by color. 56 cards. Okay, 55 cards. Alright. White's got some at higher rarities. Blue, not really. Black can get a 5/5 at common. Black can get it. Red has got some that it can get. Green's like 5/5s, 6/6s, 6/5s. Seven if you're willing to work for it. Even colorless gets Reality Smasher. Hello, Patrick. Are you an actual person or no? I think I've seen that message before. Patrick, you there? Patrick is gone. Anyway, played Root Wall is fine. Rabid Wolverines I always thought was hilarious. Because in Legends we had Rampage. And it lasted a bit past Legends. But that's where it started. And Rampage was basically like Rampage plus a number. So Rampage 2, let's say. Which means that for every creature beyond the first, it got the creature with Rampage got +X till end of turn, where X is whatever the Rampage value was. So in the case of Rampage 2, for every creature beyond the first that blocked it, the creature with Rampage got, in this case, +2/+2. This is like Rampage, but also included the first one. So this is a 4/4 that when blocked by one creature becomes a 5/5. When blocked by two creatures becomes a 6/6. When blocked by three creatures becomes a 7/7. Which is probably about what you would need to actually take it out a lot of the time. And if somebody is always blocking with, so if somebody is blocking with 2/2s, they would need 2 to block it, which should be a 6/6. Yeah, they would need 4 to successfully kill it. Assuming the 2/2s had no abilities like, Death Touch or whatever. But blocked by 3 3s, you need 2. But I think it's fairly reasonable to assume that you'd probably need like 3 creatures to successfully block and kill it. If you're just looking at chump block it, yeah, it doesn't have trample or anything. So, damn it. This is really getting annoying. I'll be back in a moment. I gotta figure out what's going on with my schnoz. Don't know. I'm gonna have to sort that out later. Anyway. But yeah, Rabid Wolverines is actually, I think, if somebody's building a deck around animals, that could actually end up being really fun. Did I put anything of that nature in here or no? No, but it certainly could have fit in. Definitely an animal type that would be worth putting into a deck like that. Crashing Boars. 5 mana for 4/4. Oh. So the opponent decides which of their creatures has to block it. But it has to block. Interesting. There's better ways to do that. But interesting. Rootwater Alligator. I think the typical assumption would be, like, Yeah, probably like green to regenerate. Now it's like now it's sack a forest. That should be not too bad. Like sacking a forest, saving you the green mana. You know, saving you the mana to be able to do it. Sack a forest to regenerate. There's what was that card that Holly was talking about earlier? Harvest Worm? When it enters, sack it unless you return a basic from your graveyard to your hand. And that's a 3-2. Yeah, it's not bad. The problem being, you know, trying to get a way to get your lands back because you're sacrificing them to do it. I could, I could, I could see it, but yeah, 4 mana, 2 to regenerate. So double green, easier cost, 1 green, 1 other, 3-2. This might actually end up being more efficient for its cost than Gorilla Chieftain, but I think I'd rather play Gorilla Chieftain in general. Keeper of the Beasts, who controls more creatures. Doesn't even say how many more, so they could have 1 more creature. And again, the entire tap and untap shenanigans, Keeper of the Beasts, make a bunch of tokens. Have fun with that. Spikehatcher. We were talking about spikes last week, I think it was. 7 mana for 6/6. You know, removing counters to put +1 counters on target creature. You can put the counter on itself. Which basically means that if you've got an effect like Hardened Scales out, you know, it becomes 2 colon put a +1 counter on this creature. And then 1 and remove a counter from it to regenerate this creature. That eventually becomes, in my opinion, a better version of that ability. When you start looking at the cycle of phantom creatures, this is basically a 5/3 pro black. If damage should be dealt to that, prevent that damage and remove a +1 counter. If you've got an effect like Gaia's Anthem out, the damage still gets prevented even if you can't remove the counter. Because Gaia's Anthem gives all your creatures +1/+1. And so, if it has no counters left, it's now a 3/1 with protection from black. You prevent the damage. You try to remove a counter, but you can't, but it's still being kept alive because of Gaia's Anthem. Oops. This creature has no +1 counters on it, but is still on the battlefield because something else is raising its toughness. Damage that would be dealt is still prevented. The phantom creatures and stuff with a similar mechanic is generally going to be better, but if you're playing with hardened scale, like this is the sort of card that you play when you're playing with effects like hardened scales. It comes into play, then it'll be 7 mana, it comes into play with 12 +1 counters, and then maybe you spend 6 mana to remove 3 counters and put 6 more on it, so it ends up being a 15, and then whatever else happens. Jackalope Herd. 4 mana, 4/4/5. When you cast a spell, return this creature to its owner's hand. Even back in the day, I kind of preferred Urnum Jin. It's the exact same cost, it's the exact same size. And I think it was like, on your upkeep, you choose one of your opponent's creatures, that thing gains Forest Walk till end of turn. You could play it and not have any force in play and just not care about that. But when you cast a spell, return this creature to its owner's hand. Again, the same kind of shenanigans I was talking about before with the Mirozo. Whenever it's targeted, return to its owner's hand. Well, now you've got when you cast a spell, so now you get to decide when this gets bounced back. And again, you're playing green, you want triggers for, if there's triggers that you want to be able to do stuff, heaven forbid you decide to do Life and Limb and what was it? Life and Limb and I don't know, Masco Nexus is the easiest card that comes to my head for this. Turn all your creatures into everything including Saprolings. Life and Limb turns around and sees a Saproling and says, hey, by the way, you're also a forest. So then any landfall shenanigans, you play Jackalope Herd, and you're going to trigger landfall off it. What? Yeah, that's the thing. So you can do combo shenanigans there. Song of Serenity. Creatures that are enchanted can't attack or block. So this is a 2 mana enchantment that I think a lot of green decks really should be running this, because it basically throws pacifism on every creature aura. Why blow up the enchantments when you can just turn around and go, hey, by the way, even more fun is when you turn around and force the creatures to have an upkeep, like a life upkeep or something like that. Wanderlust. When we were talking about stuff from beta, Alpha, Beta, Unlimited. The beginning of the upkeep of enchanted creature's controller. So you throw this on a creature. Whoever controls that on their upkeep This aura deals 1 damage to that player. Wanderlust deals 1 damage to enchanted creature's controller during his or her upkeep. Now, so you have effects along the lines of that out. And then Song of Serenity. And then you get 1 card that turns around and goes, hey, by the way, pacifism on anything that's got Nora on it. Oh, that's funny. Oh, the roll tokens. Oh, those are creature enchantments. They just happen. Monstrous Rage. Token enchantment or a roll. Enchant creature. Monster. Enchanted creature has gets +1/+1 and has trample. Sorcerer +1/+1 and whenever attacks scry 1. You start throwing some of these rolls. You throw rolls on your opponent's creatures and then they can't attack or block. Oh, that's funny. Pygmy Troll. Oh, this is adorable. So this has basically got the same ability that Rabid Wolverines has. But it's a 2-mana 1/1. Which means it's probably going to often end up in combat as like a 2/2 or 3/3. And it regenerates. Let me just compare this real quickly to Dread Skeletons. 2 mana, black, 1 mana to regenerate for a 1/1. 2 mana, 1 to regenerate for a 1/1. With an additional ability that will occasionally make it bigger. Nice. I like that. Yeah. I would call that worth playing. I would definitely call that worth playing. Spike Rogue. Again, more spikes. 3 mana gets you a 2/2. Oh, that's funny. 2 mana, remove a +1 counter from this creature, put +1 on target creature. 2 mana, remove a +1 counter from a creature you control, put +1 counter on this creature. So it can take +1 counters from other creatures. And it can pass +1 counters from itself around. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I can see why that sees more plays than, Spike Hatcher or a lot of the other spikes, let's be honest. Elven Palisade. It was not unheard of, apparently, for green to get the ability to reduce an opposing creature's power, but not toughness. The previous card I remember doing that was Shrink. This is actually relatively, I would say late. The game had been out for 5 years. And green was still getting the ability to give creatures a penalty on their power. It's not something you see that much of these days. And I think by this point, they were starting to get settled in on what the colors could and could not do in general. I wonder. Huh. Okay. No, not in modern. Stuff getting -1, like leeching bite seems to be about the extent of it, really. Or stuff having infect or wither. Huh. So it's been a few years since green has had the ability to give a penalty to power. When I say a few years, we're talking like 20 years, unless it's in something weird like a Commander product or something. Huh. Although, to be fair, because it says target attacking creature, this is kind of like fog. This is a slow fog. You need 2 to reduce a creature's power by 6. Huh. Interesting. Sky Shroud Elite. Sky Shroud Elite is going to be a 2/3. Even if you're just playing with commons. Somebody's gonna drop, you know, let's pull up my mono green deck. I think that's this one. Yeah. Lands. I've got Desert of the Indomitable, Hidden Nursery, Slippery Cars, Hunter's Maze, and Tranquil Thicket. Captivating Cave, Cave of Temptation, Forge of Heroes, Gingerbread Cabin, Haunted Fengraph, Holdout Settlement, Opal Palace, Quicksand, and Survivor's Encampment. So 20, 34. I've got 14 lands in this deck that are not basic. That basically means that, hey, by the way, this is a 2/3. Two, 3 for 1 mana. Yeah, you're playing Elves, you should probably play that. Alright. Nothing there. Okay. Artifacts. Artifacts I can get through fairly quickly. Transmogrifying Licid. Again, Licids kind of act like equipment, or a better comparison would be those things from Kamigawa Neon Dynasty that have reconfigure. If you understand how those work, you can understand the concept of lists fairly easily. The difference is that these become creature enchantments, and if you don't pay the cost to end the effect, which is always 1 mana of the appropriate color, in this case, this being a colorless card, it's 1 colorless mana. If you don't do that, it's a creature enchantment, and the creature gets blowed up. The enchantment's like, oh, I don't have a thing I'm enchanting, and ends up in the graveyard, just like any other creature enchantment. But enchanted creature, so this is a 3 mana 2/2. Pay 1 and tap it to turn it into an aura that enchants a creature, that attaches to target creature. And the enchanted creature gets this ability. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and is an artifact in addition to its other types. I might actually want a copy of this for my mono white multi-combo, multi-balls deck, i.e. it's a deck with a whole whack ton of combos and no tutoring. I might want this instead of something else. No, I don't. I need the other direction. I have artifacts that I want to turn into creatures, not creatures that I want to turn into artifacts. I got that backwards. Memory Crystal. 3 mana artifact. Buyback costs are basically, if you want to buy some, if you want to do buyback on something, it's 2 less. Really good for some cards, like Whispers of the Muse is probably the most generically it's probably the best known generic. It's probably the best known card in a generic sense. Like, this can slot into any deck. It's blue to cast, instant, draw a card, which sounds meh, but buyback of 5, which also sounds meh, but it means that you spend 6 mana to draw a card and put the Whispers back in your hand. And that can be reduced by all sorts of things. It's an additional, because buyback is an additional cost that you spend to cast a spell. So that includes things like, I don't know. Sapphire Medallion, because that increases the cost of the spell. Sapphire Medallion will knock it down a point. Because it's a buyback, you can reduce it by another 2. And now suddenly you end up with, Whispers of the Muse, instead of costing 6 mana, costing 3. 1 Sapphire Medallion, 1 Memory Crystal, and now it's 3 to cast, and you keep the card. You keep the Whispers, and you get to do it again later. The problem with Memory Crystal is obviously because there's only 40 cards with buyback. And when you're looking at cards like Pegasus Stampede and Reaping the Rewards, those don't have mana buybacks. What if I do that? None of them don't. So this brings me down to 31. Well, what's worth paying? And then you've got buyback on top of that. Reiterate, yes. Clock spinning. Clock spinning I could see. Capsize, Haze of Rage. Haze of Rage, the buyback would end up being 0. So it would literally just consistently be, you know, how much can you pay red +1? How much stuff has got buyback of 2? Haze of Rage, 10 cards. Mind Games and Whim of Volrath. If you are looking at a deck that just wants to target, and I cannot remember what it is, it might have been Nadu. If you're looking at a deck that just wants to target, Whim of Volrath ends up being like Whim of Volrath. Will basically just be blue. Target my thing. Alright. 5 have buyback of just 2. Worthy Cause. Lets you sack creatures to gain its toughness. Whim of Volrath is targeting. Mystic Speculation is basically blue, scry 3. Haze of Rage I've mentioned. Corpse Dance is reanimate a bunch of creatures with haste, exile at the beginning of the next end step. If you're running enough of those, like if you're running enough stuff that's got buyback, you know, then yeah, Memory Crystal might actually end up being worth it. Sky Shaper? Sky Shaper is funny. 2 mana artifact. Sack it to give all your creatures flying until end of turn. This is a relatively, like, once Tempest Remastered came out, obviously. Which was... That can't be right. I think Tempest Remastered was 2015. Tempest Remastered. Really? 2015? Oh yeah, we've had a few remasters since then. Oh wow. That's like 10 years now. Jeepers H. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So this is a thing that occasionally sees playing Pauper. Because of that. Because the entire, merging between paper and um, Magic Online. But and yeah, that's occasionally a thing there. I think for Commander, I generally want like something that'll do it more more consistently. So Chroma's Memorial, again, common go-to example. But Chroma's Memorial just you'll always have flying. Am I playing blue? Wonder, or levitation, or something of that effect. Creatures you control have flying. Bam. Uh, Only giving it to Linda Turn. I'm not sure that's an effect that I can think of most. I'm not sure that's an effect I can think of wanting for a commander deck, especially when it's like sacrifice to do it. Because the other thing about sacrifice to do it is you're going to want to be able to get that back somehow. It's not impossible, but you're going to want to be able to get it back somehow. When it dies, return another target artifact from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. I mean, it's doable. Oh, also, there's Sanctum Gargoyle and similar effects. When it centers, and then all you have to do is flicker this and you can get it back. So it's doable. Medicine Bag. 3 to cast, 1 tap, and discard a card to regenerate target creature. Basically, it spell shapes Deathboard, but in melon and brown. My medicine bag and I have treated countless wounds and illnesses, but never have I seen so many made sick for so long. We will never eat squeeze cooking again. Or journal. Yeah. It's I mean, if if you're looking to if you're looking for regeneration effects, this is actually this is pretty good. Again, the problem with regeneration is it's generally beaten out by indestructible. Because regeneration will help against lethal damage or destroy. Indestructible helps against lethal damage or destroy. So you're generally better off making something, making stuff indestructible instead. But if there's only one or two things you have to worry about, like that you're actually concerned about, my mono red auras stack, for example, um, with a bunch of auras thrown on Squee Goblin Abob. I've got him and like 4 or 5 other creatures that I'm willing to enchant as as other options. And so medicine bag in a deck like that would be fine because I'm only looking at protecting a couple of one or two creatures realistically at a time. Whereas if I'm looking at protecting, an army, you don't run medicine bag or asceticism or something of that nature. You run an effect like Eldrazi Monument and make your stuff indestructible instead. Thopter Squadron, 5 mana, 3/3. So 5 mana flyer enters with 3/1 counters. Again, if you are dealing with an effect like hardened scales, stuff like this gets dumb. Pay 1 and remove a counter. Oh, if you've got doubling season, this is even double dumb. Pay 1, remove a +1 counter from this creature. Make a 1/1 flying Thopter. Pay 1, sack another Thopter. Put +1 counter on this creature. Activate either only as a sorcery. So, I'll pay 1 and remove a counter from this to make a Thopter, but if I've got doubling season out, assume I got doubling season out after Thopter Squadron, I'm going to get 2 Thopters. Well, then I pay a mana from each one and sacrifice the Thopters to put a +1/+1 counter. So 2 +1/+1, because 1 for each one, back on the squadron. But now I'm putting 4 counters on. So with doubling season and Thopter Squadron and nothing else, it boils down to pay 3 mana, put 3/1 counters on Thopter Squadron. Activate only as a sorcery. I know certain people don't like doubling season, but they're really good for certain things. No Brooch, I need more copies of this card. I don't know how many I currently need. Currently I need 2 more. Probably want a couple more than that, so I should probably try and pin down a playset. 4 mana. Pay 2, tap and discard your hand. Negate. What? Can't target non-creature spell. What? Yeah. Your hand can be empty when you do this. 2, tap, discard your hand. And that can be a really powerful effect too. That can stop, like that can, and the fun thing is, because it's, it's counterspelling without casting a counterspell, it's an activated ability, it's a lot harder to stop those. Yeah. I have one in my mono green control deck. I have one in my, it's Dosan the Falling Leaf. I have one for mono brown control. And I think the other one is, oh, it's Fella Ice Shaper uncounterable Smashing McSmash Face. That's hilarious. I have a couple of ways in that deck to actually counter stuff that is really hard to counter. Yeah, good card. Workhorse. Again, something where this is one of those cards where this feels like one of those cards where you want enough stuff that's worth proliferating, and you throw this in as like a random side bonus, and then at some point you just pop all the counters that are on and go, I'm gonna cast this giant thing now. Erratic Portal. 4 to cast, 1 tap, return target creature to its owner's hand unless they pay 1. You generally want this to bounce your own creatures. You really want to be using this to bounce your opponent's creatures. You might do it if you've got an agreement with somebody and you can do some politicking and go, hey, by the way, I can return that back to your hand for you. Also, it says nothing about having to do it as a sorcery. So that does give you the ability to go and, do it at as an instant. Somebody casts a board wipe, you go, I can save your general for you. So you don't have to pay commander tax next when you cast it again. Sphere of Resistance. Make everything, 2 to cast. Make everything cost 1 more to cast. Is that a stacks piece? I don't know. It might be a stacks piece. Mindless Automaton. For to cast. Come instead of play with 2+1 counters on it. You can remove 2 counters to draw a card. So you can basically go pay 4 mana, sack it right away to draw 2 cards. Or you can pay 1 mana and discard a card and put a +1 counter on it. Which there's usually better ways to do that. However, again, hardened scales, etc. If you can have hardened scales, then you can pay 5 mana and draw 2 cards. Pay 6 and draw 3. Yeah. You can, with hardened scales out, you can pay 4 plus N. No. You can pay 3 plus N to draw N cards. That's not bad in something that's monocolorless apart from your hardened scales. Interesting. Spellbook. Players have, you've got no maximum hand size. Beat by effects like Reliquary Tower. Its biggest benefit is it's a 0 mana artifact. biggest thing is it's a 0 mana artifact, which might be relevant for, let's say, affinity decks or something similar. And Coat of Arms, anything that cares about a tribe. If you plan on going tribal and smashy mix smash face, you want an effect like Coat of Arms and leave the math to somebody else. Oops. And then last batch for tonight. What lands are in the set? One land. And it looks like it's probably the most expensive card in the set, because it is City of Traders. It is the one land in Exodus, and it taps for 2 colorless, but whenever land enters, whenever you play a land, as in I have land drop for turn, you sacrifice the city. That being said, if you can put land into play with Walking Atlas, is that what it's called? Yeah, Walking Atlas or something similar. You may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. That's not your land play. That's just putting a land onto the battlefield. You get to keep your city. Anyway, wow, relatively short stream tonight. Just shy of 4 hours, 20 minutes. Nice. I know my one roommate got up bright and early this morning, and when I say bright and early, I think she was out of here by 5 o'clock. And it is like 20 after 10 in the evening. So, and she's been gone pretty much all day dealing with stuff. She's gonna want to go to bed. Exodus. Tempest Stronghold Exodus. Just for lulz, take a quick scan of Ursa Saga as a quick preview for next week. Oh wow, some of these look really fun. This is where we hit Echo. And I think this is the first time we hit cycling. Which means some of the stuff is going to be meh and some of the stuff is going to be pretty broken. Anywhoozits, catch y'all next week. Same bad time, same bad channel. Pasta la pizza.